can probably see it in the way I stare, and I know if I come any closer, is this gonna be too much for us to bear? I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare, and I know if I come any closer, is this gonna be too much for us to bear? I'm just calling to say.
Johnny, it's not that I'm quitting, it's that it's obvious that people don't want to watch me play it. Because if they did, it'd get a much better reception than what it is. I'm not talking about, like, I'm quitting, like, I'm not talking about quitting playing War Thunder. I'm just quitting about making the videos about it. That's all. There's no point making a video, there's no point playing a game, making a video for something I don't enjoy anymore. Yeah, the game will always hold a special place in my heart, but by the time I move on, really. And that's all it comes down to. I have over 100 games on and downloads on my computer. About 95 of them I can play and make videos about. The others, I love the games, but I'll never make a video about them. Hello my little subjects, it is I, your Kingofdoom11. Join me back with some more House Flipper. It's been a hot minute since we got in this game. Last episode we did room 404, very spoopy. So now, we're going to go through and we're going to buy the next house in line, which the next house happens to be for $90,453. It is the Turtle House, and if you don't know the Turtle House, this is the house that Master Roshi lived in Dragon Ball Z. In the Dragon Ball series. This is where Goku and Krillin come and learn Kung Fu. Make house, right. Oh. House in the thicket. I think I own a house that I haven't finished yet. That's 6, and why is number 7? Come on, where is it? not? Sell a house. Let's just go. If it's a house that we just have to clean, then hey. 40 grand, I'll take it. All I did was clean and just pick up a few freaking Dragon Balls. Good job. Browser. Owned. Oh yeah, I do have a house and a ticket I haven't finished. Well then, we'll go to this house then. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I started this and I didn't finish it. Garage. Yeah, I need to paint the walls. I made this into a big kitchen area. So we've got bedroom, bathroom, which I need to paint the walls. And then it comes out here. Alright, so let's get all these walls painted. So, walls. You know what? Buttercream, that'll work. Make a change for once. Do all of that all white, and then I'll just grayscale, white. Hello, Hyperion. I need white again, grayscale. Oh, white. Just small, save some money. Just doing the windows. Oh, it's the garage. Yeah, I was just thinking of that, lavender. Which one though? Lavender Fields? Provencal lavender. Lavender Field? Would you say, Hyperion? I'm taking suggestions from my live. Okay, so we've got a medium pot. Alright, so... Now, what question? Now, the real question is, what colours do I do the bathroom? I normally would do like tile it with like white and grey tiles and all that, but I think that's a bit much. I think that's like just a bit too predictable. You know what? Should we have a blue bathroom? Just have it out there. Or actually, better still, brown. That's not burgundy, that's like poo brown. You know what? Screw it. Let's have a poo brown bathroom, because why not? Because I got green out here. Let me fit a light in here first. Lights. Oh yeah, poo brown bathroom, let's go. Well, it makes sense, because if you end up having diarrhea, you ain't gonna notice it. It's a shame we can't make brown toilets. We'll see how nasty it is, Hyperion, because this house, I think cost me like 80k or something. So if I could sell it for, if I could make about 40,000 profit, then we'll go from there. So look, it's not actually that bad, to be fair. Okay, so now what should we do the garage? No, that's right. The paint's got a primer built in, Hyperion. It's fine. Oh, it works. It's got even light coverage. So we've got a brown door. So I should have done the garage poo brown. Let's see. Alright, walls, paint. So what colour should we do the garage? Burnt brick. Orange, okay. Okay, so what kind though? We got intense orange, carrot cake, sweet tangerine, brown sugar, burnt brick. Should we do it in like intense rust? See what that looks like. Okay, so that's intense rust. Got it. Okay, so that's this kind of orange. Yep. Oh yeah. Wait, hang on, should we do it 2 shades of orange? So we've got that orange, intense rust, and then I'll say we go a lighter Spanish orange. For like this wall. There's not much difference between those two, really. Let's try carrot cake, hang on. And then now we're going to go floors. There you go, help lighten the place up a little bit. Right, okay, so out here we're going to want corridor stuff. You know what? Massive TV, let's go. Yep, that'll work. Right, so that's that, and then now the kitchen slash dining room area. Right, so kitchen. Cooking. Right, that's that, and then other. Oh yeah. Furniture, bedroom, bed. Oh, wait, hang on, wait. I forgot the most important thing. Literally the most important thing. 1 second. Accessories. Done. Pull for an auction. Right. Pull an auction. Let's go. House cost me 89k. 120. Oh my god. That's a lot of trees. Yeah, I know. $25,000. You know what? I'm okay with that. Browser, right, so purchased the one to flip, boring house. So we're getting through the houses, and obviously like we have the historical museum, and then we have a castle, actual like proper castle and all that. Which, I mean, I could move in there and then never leave, but we're gonna sell it. So we're good. Did the one to flip. I'm playing House Flipper, as you could possibly guess, champion, Wade, and it's not like I'm just branching out. I'm kind of fed up of people just requesting me to play one thing and then they never watch it. So, yeah. Right, so this house has got a lot of stuff. How am I doing? Wait, you know what? Hang on, I'm being stupid. Best way to solve it. Parents, if you're watching, this is how you clean up your kids' messy bedrooms. Messy bathroom? Not anymore. Ooh, that's a very good question. My favourite game to play, like, my favourite, just my very favourite game of all time has to be the Halo series games. Like, favourite one, just like kind of play when I'm making content is I want to do the Halo, but I do really like Farming Simulator. That game holds a very close. A very close spot in my heart, and it does. And oh, it's an apartment. With green doors. I mean, it worked. To answer those questions, yes, I've pulled multiple all-nighters. People requesting it and not supporting. Yep, I know. Tell you, yeah, for those of you who are watching this video at home and not in the live stream, basically, by the time you see this video, I have basically put up a notification saying I am pretty much done with War Thunder for the time being, if not indefinitely. I'm sick and tired of people coming in and requesting me to play it, and then them leaving and not watching it get played. So there's no point me engaging playing a game like that. I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna jump. Yeah, there's no point in me playing a game like that if it's not gonna receive any love and attention like that. To answer that question, Wade, yes, my mum is great. I am still making teas. Like, I like my tea. I put a tiny little dash, a bit too much milk in it. If you make a cup of tea the way I did, you can't go wrong. Okay, so right. Wait, you know what? Hang on. Bought the house for that. Let's see how much. Can I make some money on it? Come on. I'm making money. I'm making money. You know what? I'll take it. 1,500. Let's go. Oh, no. It wasn't 5. It was 4 because, like, a normal mug's about this big. The mug I had was like that. It was a heck of a lot bigger. It was like a proper big mug. On a normal size, like, mug where you can just about get your hand, get your hand in it, you want about 2, maybe 3 sugars at the very most. Teaspoons of sugar. Okay, so that's that one done. 497,000. No. What heathen puts 2 tea bags in? No, it's no such thing as extra strength because they counter each other out. What heathen puts 2 tea bags in a cup of tea? But anyway, but on a completely unrelated note, guys, thank you so much for watching. As always, if you like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell, and I'll see you guys all next time. Goodbye. Right. That's that video made. Because when it's saturated enough, yeah, Hyperion, I think you're gonna get diabetes. When it's saturated enough with tea, putting another one in, you're basically just wasting the tea bag. You don't get twice the strength from tea, like unlike you do when you get strength from coffee. Once you put a tea bag in, and once the water's taken the tea. I do like coffee. I'm just British, and any self-respecting proper British person would prefer tea over coffee. Don't get me wrong, I do like me a coffee and all that. That depends, what part of Britain are you from? Oh, no, I'm mainly lactose intolerant. I would normally just drink a black tea, like. But I made that. Yeah, I'm from the south as well. Like, I made that to prove a point on that's how you make a cup of tea. But like, oh, you live in Berkshire, so you're the complete other side of the south. You're in Berkshire. I'm in Kent. You're on the complete other side. I will be getting into another game in a second. I've got to go run my father. I just got to quickly run on a couple of errands. and I will be back very shortly. But okay, yeah, but basically, no, I don't live in Canterbury, and you can't. Please don't keep trying to guess, because even if you get it right, you could potentially dox me, and I don't want people harassing me at my place of residence. If you see me out in public and you want to come say hi, go for it, but I don't want people to come to my parents' house. Yeah. So basically, for those of people who are watching and all that, it's just pointless for me to be playing War Thunder when I've had streams like where people come in begging to. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I've had people begging me to play War Thunder, and they just leave. So there ain't no point me playing it really. But yeah, I will be back soon. I'm gonna go take my father to run a couple of errands, and I'll be back shortly.
much for us to bear. I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare. And you know I'm gonna cry. This is gonna be too much for us to bear. I'm just calling to say. It's gonna be too much for us to bear.
We're running round in circles. Love feels so invincible. Feel you when there's no one around. Your beauty's so amazing. I will always hold you down. Your heart will be kept safe and sound. I don't wanna love you when I'm fading. You're the picture perfect, you're on my mind. Painted. And I don't wanna lose what we've got tonight. Baby, 'cause your love's like a dynamite. I don't wanna love you when I'm faded. I can feel your heartbeat is saving. 'Cause your love's underrated. 'Cause your love's underrated.
been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kind of bad, kind of good, kind of everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kind of wrong, kind of right, kind of anything, and I would change it if I could. I'm fainting, I think I'm losing my sight. I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just sunk a meter. I'll be dead if I take any more.
Oh, you fell down the stairs, Johnny. Yeesh. Well, on a completely unrelated note, as you guys know, a few, like last week or so, I'm tempted to laugh. Ha! There you go. As you guys know, a week or two ago, I was playing Minecraft with Jake, and I was clearing out bits of my mountain and stuff of the mountain I was doing to build a castle and stuff like that, before we went and built the stable blocks. I had someone come in. Hey, Rollo. I had someone come in by the name of Watabi. I think it's supposed to be Wasabi, but this guy couldn't spell, obviously. And he was trying to basically just say to me, like, that he was trying to basically just say I was fat and thing like, oh, I'll admit I am overweight, but I'm overweight by choice. I can go get like really healthy, go fix myself up and all that. At the moment in time, I am single, and the only person I need to worry about out is myself. When I am eventually going out, I'm about 5 to 10 kilos heavier than what I should be. I look a lot worse than what I am. I'm about 85% and muscle mass though. Because I was a farmer for many years, so. But yeah, this guy came in and he tried to basically say to me, he was like, oh, if I was to look max myself, which first of all, that's Gen Alpha talk, bannable offence. Read my rules down below, like you'll see them in the description. No Gen Alpha talk, right at the very top. But yeah, this guy was basically saying like, if I make myself look better and all, I could get any girl I want. Little did that guy know, I've dated girls who are basically models, essentially, and I've actually dated some girls who are models, who are British models, as well. It's because at the end of the day, looks can be a factor, but at the end of the day, it's about what can you bring to the table. Because you could look like Ryan Reynolds, you could look like an absolute god, but you could have the personality of a paper bag, or of a blank piece of paper. You could be as boring as anything. And my point was, as long as your personality and your attitude is good, you can get whoever you want, do whatever you want, and people aren't going to care, really. That was my point, my whole point behind it. And this guy was basically just trying to say that I was insane and all that. Little did I know, he actually recorded my live stream without my consent. I do not consent to anyone to record my stuff without my permission. And if someone asks for my permission, I will give them written permission. He didn't do it. I found out from an old account that happened to be his that he made a video about me. And when I went to go report it and all that, he removed it multiple times. But then he must have thought, oh, I gave up. I had a copyright struck put against his video. So anyone out there who's watching this who thinks you're going to clip my stuff, just know, I will find out, and I will come to you, and I will have it. I will have it removed. And this guy was trying to say that I didn't know what I was talking about when he only had 100 subscribers on his channel. If you go on YouTube and type in Watabi, it will tell you, like, you'll find his name. It's a Watabi Hyperborea or something like that.
I will find you. Justice. Forgot them. I will find you. Where are they? Justice! I'm Batman.
But yeah, so like he copied a large chunk of my live stream and put it in a 5-minute video, thinking I wouldn't find out. Well, I found out, and I put a copyright claim against that video. And I got a notification about 5 minutes ago, just as I got back, as I sat down, saying the video has been removed by the YouTube copyright system. So yeah, anyone out there, if you want to clip my stuff or react to my stuff, reach out to me and I will most likely give you written permission. I'm okay if you ask. Are you trying to steal my content for your own personal gain? Yeah. You're not gonna have a you're not gonna have a good time with it, that's all I'm gonna say. yes, but as I am the content creator, I still have to give permission. And not just verbal permission, I have to actually give written permission in an email. But yeah, but that's just the point I was making. He tried to steal my content for the sake of stealing it for his own gain of his channel, and it didn't work. And I will be keeping tabs on his channel. I will be. If I see any more of my content, I will report him again. If he gets 3 copyright strikes against his name and has to remove a video, his channel gets shut down. Yeah, he'll get his channel shut down. You can have 2 that are active. However, if you get 3 that are all active at the same time, your channel gets shut down. There's nothing, and you can't appeal it. There's nothing you can do about it. You lose your channel, and that's it. The YouTube system goes, nah. Quote Liam Neeson, I don't know who you are, but I will find you, and I will kill you. Legend. To be fair, that'd be kind of a fun game if they made that a Taken game. That'd be kind of cool. I know, okay, I know, I was just messing. I don't know who you are, but I will find you, and I will ban you. Yes. here's something to make you think about. Harry Potter was a princess. Yeah, go for it. I saw that you was on Kerbal. And if you're wondering what I mean, Harry Potter's a princess, let me tell you something. Right. Think of all the Disney princesses out there. Right? They've all been kidnapped, enslaved, they can talk to animals. And live with, or they live with family who treat them like trash. And do they potentially use? Well, you're not wrong, Hyperion. Although the actual Harry Potter romance in there, the romance in Harry Potter actually didn't play out the way it was intended to, because it was supposed to have been, and even J.K. Rowling admitted this. It was actually supposed to have been Harry and Hermione was to date, and Ron was to stay single until he met Luna in Order of the Phoenix. But yeah, no, to think about, like, yeah, Harry Potter is actually a princess. Yeah. You should watch it. They're decent films and good books, really. But you could tell, like, it's derivative and it was like a rip-off of something else. Also, as well, yeah, Harry Potter was also cursed. That's happened to pretty much every princess. And everybody thought his problems were solved because a strange man came and rescued him and took him away. Just like every princess ever. Speaking about Disney princesses, yeah, it's kind of suspicious when you put it like that. But also, speaking about Disney princesses, that made me completely realise, I don't remember, you know, obviously everyone's heard of the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. If you don't, quickly recap you. A girl called Snow White was actually daughter to a king. An evil queen married the king, and she had this magic mirror. She kept asking the magic mirror, who's the most fairest of them all, and for the longest time it said it was the queen. And then when Snow White turned to the age of 3, it actually said that Snow White was the fairest of them all, and that was the case up until about the age of 11 or up until about the age of 10, when she then banished Snow White from the kingdom, and she went and lived in the woods, in the forest, and stuff like that, and happened to come across the 7 dwarves, who they took her in, and they raised her, and they gave her a home, and she cooked and cleaned for them, all that sort of stuff. Then the queen, thinking, oh well, Snow White has to be dead now, asks the mirror, who's the fairest of them all, and the mirror goes, Snow White. So then she sends a huntsman out to try and kill her. Doesn't happen, doesn't work. She goes through all these steps to try and kill her, and eventually she goes, you know what, I'm just going to go do it myself. So she gives her a poison apple. That poison apple doesn't kill her, instead it puts her into a coma. And it just so happens that at this age, when she was put into a coma, Snow White was no older than 14 years of age. While she's in a coma inside of her little glass case, she was preserved and protected by the dwarves at all time, Prince Charming comes along. Bear in mind, at this time, Prince Charming is at the ripe old age of 22 years of age. And he comes along, looks at her and goes, huh, as a young girl there, I'ma kiss that. So he kissed a minor. He then went on to marry said minor and then impregnate her and have 3 kids. Yeah, Prince Charming's a dick. He's also a pedophile. Well, it's not well, it's true. He was 22 at the time he encountered Snow White. By the time Oh, Johnny, he was. Look it up. Snow White, at the time that she was poisoned, was 14 years of age. Prince Charming was like 22. By the time he kissed her, he married her within 2 years, and they had 3 kids. They don't tell you all of that, but that is the truth behind the story of Prince Charming and Snow White. I'm not talking about just the movie. I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the story behind the movie. The movie's bad enough. In the movie, she was actually 12. They said that. They said, oh, like she's of the age of 12. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, the new PC's great. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, it is the best console on the market. Yeah, I would say actually, yeah, save up and get yourself a gaming PC. Because there's thousands of games on gaming PC that you can't play on console. And pretty much every single game you get on console, you can play on PC. Well, Johnny, at if we reach my subscriber goal of 10,000 subscribers before the end of the year, I've openly said this. If we reach 10,000 subscribers for the end of the year, I will be doing a giveaway of the equivalent of 500 Great British Pounds or American dollars, right? Or a giveaway of a budget gaming PC, so you'd still have a decent PC that can be modified and changed over time, right? But that is only happening if we hit 10,000. Yeah, but that's only going to happen if we hit 10,000 subscribers before December. Or before New Year's. If we don't, it won't happen. So, if you want to get that to happen, I'd say start spamming my channel everywhere. Oh, we don't need to hope, Johnny, if we hit 10k. But don't forget, that is only if it happens before New Year's. Oh, you have like a mind block. play some War Tinder, yeah. Good luck. Basically, you know the way that you was playing the Horton? Yeah, not like that. I'd say that's a little bit too harsh. Basically, it will come with the typhoon. It will come to you like pretty easily. You just have to kind of just be patient with it a little bit. I think he's the best fighter in the game for a reason. Well, I think he's the best fighter, period. And you didn't suck with the Horton, it just comes down to experience, and that's it. 1 second, guys.
much for us to bear.
Alright. Ba-da-ba-ba. I'm doing is I'm actually pushing the sand around so it actually like disappears. There we go. Traveling back to where I gotta go. He just saps it out of you. It really does. God, it's 25. It's 20 to 4. I feel absolutely knackered. All I've done is just sat here for about a few hours, recording and streaming. wonder. It's so hot, I don't have the motivation to do anything. I don't even talk properly. Let me just want to look up something real quick, guys. Right guys, I'm just looking at something. I'm going to pause the stream for about 20 minutes or so, maybe a bit longer, because what I'm about to do is a bit radical, but I'm doing it because of the heat and I'm losing the will to live. I'm going to black out my windows, and I'm going to do this. I've got a king size sort of I've got a king size, like kind of throw blanket sort of thing. It's quite thick. I'm going to hang that over my curtain wire, and I am going to block out about 90% of the light, if not more. I'm going to leave it kind of ajar at one side to still allow some airflow, but I need to do it because the heat is just getting to me. So yeah, I will be back shortly.
about them any closer. Is this gonna be too much for us to bear? I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare. Is this gonna be too much for us to bear? Is this gonna be too much for us to bear?
We were young, wild under open skies, chasing horizons with open eyes. Yeah, I walk alone where we once were.
Already
Through
going.
streets that
Oh, I'm back. Yes, it is roadcraft. And, yeah, I blacked out my window. Oh, yeah, I had to black out my curtain so that I could cool my room down. Well, it seemed like it, but that's actually helped massively cool down my room. go, Johnny. Retain that. Deploy that. One second, guys.
closer. Is this gonna be too much for us to bear? I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare. And I know about the many colors. Is this gonna be too much for us to bear?
crack it.
Rollo, I never left. I was here. I said I had to sort something out, something kind of important. Oh yeah, hang on 1 second.
Come out, I cut in here.
I know it is. But wait on 1 second. That'll help. I'm back, guys, don't worry. Oh, God. It's so warm. Hey Rollo. I now have 3 fans in my room. So sorry if the noise is crazy, but I need it. When it's 32 degrees outside, you can see I'm sweating my bollocks off and as hot as balls in my room. Yeah. Hell wished it could get this hot. How hot is it over near you? Because where I'm at, it's 32 degrees. I know sometimes in the UK it can be slightly, there's like a couple of degrees different. I know the Americans go, oh yeah, but like British heat isn't as bad as American heat. okay, every American that I know who is watching me and who will eventually watch this, I want all of you to come to the UK during a British heatwave and then tell me it's okay. Because when you are a completely ocean-locked nation, it's like, no, we are all, every single, say if our island was perfectly round, the entirety of our island is surrounded by water. That means our humidity is A, through the roof, and B, so high it basically makes it impossible for us to cool down. And okay, the few Americans who live in like Death Valley and all that, you guys, okay, you're built different a little bit. But that's, again, that's a dry heat. Come to the UK where our average humidity when it's hot is about 90%. Right, and when your entirety of your houses are built out of brick and don't have air conditioning, if you know what, I'm gonna run for Prime Minister in the 2028 elections. My first mandate is that it must be a legal requirement for all council-owned properties. So all like housing, like, so like for example, down here in the south we have Golden Homes and a few others and stuff like that. All council-owned properties that you rent from the county councils and stuff like that, and you rent from the councils and the governments. No, screw it, you know what? Mandate. Every single house in the country must be fitted with air conditioning. I said to my parents, when I have the money to have this house fitted with air conditioning, I don't care if it's a rental property, I'm doing it. I will have this house fitted with air conditioning. I do not give a shit. I do not give a toss. Because it is so goddamn hot. I have a fan up there which is blowing air, trying to blow air around my room. I've got a fan here trying to cool the lower half of my extremities. Another one just here blowing on me. And I'm still sweating. It's so hot. Obviously, like, yeah, Rod, I don't know, like, if you've heard about, like, P. Diddy and all that, and the fact that he came out as, like, a pedo and all that sort of stuff. I honestly would get diddled by P. Diddy just to get an air conditioner. I'm not even joking. Like, I will compromise everything I believe in to get an air conditioner for my room. I would. Hey, Croc. Specifically because even the little portable air conditioners, like the portable ones, that you can move around from room to room, they're like £300. Do you know how much it costs to get for your house to get fitted with an air conditioning system? Close to about 10 grand. And that's for like 3 rooms. I live in a house that's got 6 rooms. Correction, 8 rooms. I live in a house that's got 8 rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, kitchen, living room. Like, it costs like 10 grand. It would cost like us about 10-15 grand to put air conditioning in this room. Right? And what makes it worse is that obviously they made it like mandated that all council houses had to have like up-to-date windows installed. I'm in a really small room, as you can tell. My room is like 2 meters, like it meets like just about meets the minimum requirements to be deemed as a legal bedroom in the UK. It's like 3 meters by like 3 meters, like it's really small, right? It didn't have the best of windows, and when it had the windows that weren't any good, this room was as cold as anything. I have played WoW before. I played it for a really long time, and then I kind of got bored of it. same as it did with League of Legends, and then the company let it die. Like, yeah, and so then the council from whom we rent this property to, the housing organisation from whom we rent this property from, they basically fitted new windows, and they just so did it. They did it on this room as well. And when they did it on this room went from having the nicest little draft and breeze going, keeping this room nice and chilled, to so warm. I'm not even joking. If I got my, I could go downstairs and get my wok, my frying pan, and I guarantee I could cook myself some egg fried rice. That is how hot it is in my room. If I had a thermometer in my room right now, it would tell me it's like 50 degrees. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's close to about 70 degrees, yeah, because I'm British as well, like, trust me. And it's hot as balls. I'm literally sat here right now in this white t-shirt, which I put on because light colours actually help reflect heat, so it's actually good for, wearing a white t-shirt is actually good for trying to help regulate your body temperature. I was wearing trousers. I took them off. I'm sat here in a white t-shirt and my boxers and my underwear, and that's it. Because I have to be. Because of how hot it is. Yeah, if you honestly, if you have a white t-shirt, go get a white t-shirt. Light colours it's simple thermodynamics. Light colours reflect heat, whereas dark colours absorb heat. So if you have a white t-shirt, I'd say go put it on. Trust me. Good. Yeah. Also, another thing as well. I know you said like you like coffee, Rolo. Believe it or not, in hot weather, if you drink a hot drink, it will actually cool you down better than a cold drink will. Do you want to know why? It's because when your body, obviously you have blood in your body, you know, as everyone knows. If you put a certain amount of heat in your body, i.e. you put heat in your stomach, all the blood rushes from the rest of your body to that point in your stomach because it thinks it's an infection. So it rushes there to try and fight the infection, drawing the heat out of the rest of your body. So really, go make yourself a cup of coffee, right? Drink it completely, right? And you'll feel yourself actually like cool down a bit. Not a lot, but it will help. Because all the heat will go to your stomach and you'll feel, and all your extremities will actually cool down. True story. I've had like 17 cups of tea today. Like, I'm almost out of tea bags. I need to go get more. And as well, if you can, black out your windows. That's why I put a throw blanket over my windows. Black out your windows and block the light from coming in, because the light is what carries the heat. So if you can block the light from coming in, your room will naturally cool down. A dark indoor environment will always be colder than a light indoor environment, unless of course there's a refrigerator, and that's completely different. But like, because people don't realise. Yeah, you already done it. Yeah, good. Yeah, since putting this white t-shirt on, I'm actually sweating a bit less than what I was. That's okay, Rolo. Go get yourself a hot drink, buddy. Trust me. shit was raining right now, I would go stand out in it. Do anything for a bit, just for it to rain and cool down. Seats make me physically tired. No, I know how my old PC case feels. Jesus Christ. It's currently 22 degrees outside. Man, it is warm. It's warm. Even the water's warm. Humidity levels right now, because I swear to God it is hot as balls. Oh, tomorrow is going to be even hotter. I have 3 fans and it's still hot as balls on my room. It's currently still 32 degrees and tomorrow it's supposed to be getting hotter. Well, it's starting to cool down. Like, yeah, I think it's like now to about 26 or something, but it was 32. What's that? Heat distortion like that. That's how I feel right now. I saw Rolo. It tells me when someone comes back into the stream. But yeah, welcome back anyway. It's still hot as balls in my room. I have 3 fans now and it's still hot as balls. It's currently about 25 degrees now. It's starting to cool down, but like still pretty hot. Tomorrow it's supposed to sit at an average of 28 to 35 degrees. June is never normally like this. Normally it's pouring it up, it's pissing hard in June. Alright, filled with a crap ton of rain. Like, honestly, I would do anything right now just to get some rain, just to cool it down. I want it to snow in August, that's what I want. I literally said like earlier, like I was just saying to myself, if it starts raining, I don't care if I'm midstream or not, I'm going outside and I'm standing in it. I don't care if I get absolutely drenched. I've always said this, I would rather be cold and wet than I would be hot and like sticky, hot and sweaty. It's so much, it's easier to warm yourself up than it is to cool down. Also, so almost forgot. Hello, my little subjects. It is I, your Kingofdoom11. Join me back with some more road craft. As you can see, I'm now here filling in the crater with sand. I've decided against filling it all in. That's going to take forever. So I'm currently, yeah, I'm just going to basically just drop a crap ton of sand in, and just going to basically make a path over and then tarmac it over there. So yeah, if I look like I'm hot, it's because I am. I've always looked at myself and think, damn, I'm one hot, like, sexy bitch. But right now I am physically hot. It has been like 32 degrees today, and it's just really hot. I want it to be cold. You know what? I can't wait to move to like a place like Canada or something. Better still, Alaska. No, not yet, Rollo. When I, obviously when my YouTube takes off properly and I actually have enough money, I've always had a sort of a idea to kind of move to America or something, or if I can. I might not though. It's still something that's still a bit, like something I really have to. Something I've still got to kind of sit down and kind of think over the logistics of it. My goal is to own a. My goal is to own a. Is to run a rescue business, a rescue / rehabilitation business for horses. Take endangered breeds, breed them, and return them back to. Return them back to the like the world markets and stuff. For example, like I've always had a dream of breeding Shires, Clydesdales, and other endangered breeds of horses, and bringing them back to the world market. But it's something that's not easy. It takes a lot of time, a lot of money, and it's something I might not ever achieve. But if I can get to 1 million subscribers within 3 years, I know that's like a big ask. If I can get within 1 million subscribers within a few years, get to 10 million within 5 years, maybe 10, then I'll be 35 years of age, and thanks, Rollo. Appreciate it, buddy. And if you actually want to help me, like, achieve that goal, it doesn't hurt to promote my channel. Like, spread it around like wildfire. Put it on every Facebook post if you use Facebook, Instagram. The more people I can get in to see, the better. Thanks, appreciate it. Obviously, the more people we can get in, the better. The sooner as I can get to those. Cool, Johnny. As soon as I can hit those goals and that, the sooner as I can start doing some like really cool and epic stuff. I actually have a video kind of series planned. I can't talk too much about it because it is probably the greatest video series that YouTube is ever going to see. And I know that may seem like a big, kind of bold, cocky statement. But it does it, but I stand by it because what I have planned, not only will it break, well, a couple of already standing world records, it would set one. It would set a new world record. That's all I can say about it. But it's something that I can't do until I know I've got the right revenue coming in from my channel. All I'm going to say is it is absolutely legendary. That's all I can say. And I am also in the process of developing merch as well. And I just want to get a few designs that I'm kind of happy with to start off with and then go from there. Thanks, I appreciate it. Well, maybe once I got the store and all that, like I'll link it in the videos, I'll link it to the channel and all that, and yeah, like you guys can check it out. We'll ship worldwide. That's the thing as well, like Rolo, I post videos every single day unless of course I've got something on and I can't make it in time. For example, I spend the best part of 2 days rebuilding my PC and reinitializing my entire system. Like, yeah, but like I have videos going out every single day. I live stream every day, unless extenuating circumstances. I started doing this because of my own medical health, because due to overexertion and a whole bunch of other things happen, I actually am not allowed to work anymore. Like I've done what I've got going on, but I get immense amounts of pain through every joint in my body and all that sort of stuff. I'm not actually allowed to work a normal job anymore because of it. So this is the only chance I've got to achieve something in life. Like I went to college and all that. Like, I came out with about 30 diplomas to my name and stuff like that, and I was never able to keep a job for more than 6 months because of the industry I trained in. I just can't. I don't want to. To myself, I feel like everything I've been through and I'm still basically no better off than I was 10 years ago. To me, I kind of feel a little bit like a failure, and I'll be honest, I do. But seeing the subscribers gain and also all of this as well with people and all that kind of helps. we realise that I'm not a failure, it's just I haven't had it easy. But yeah, so alright, so this is load I think 3 or 4. Well, thanks Rollo, do appreciate it, buddy. What I plan to do is basically from the height of that road over there that you can see, that one, I'm actually going, so yeah, if I do it like this actually, so the height from this road here actually lines up with this point here, so I'm going to build all of this up to that height, all of it, and I'm just going to go across. I was planning of doing this of both of these like chasms essentially like all the way, but it's just going to take forever because I'm basically doing this. I'm going to fill this in with sand, and then I'm going to go through the whole of this middle island, and then I'm going to go through and tarmac it, and then I've got to basically then do the same thing with all of this. Just go along, lay sand, spread it out, lay sand, spread it out, lay sand, spread it out, and just keep going all the way along. And I'm basically going to tarmac the entirety of the map, because as you can see here in Ambala, I've done this bit, and I'm not happy with that. Not really, but I'll break like this bit back and I'll kind of neaten it up a little bit, and then I should be happy with it. But everything that is tarmac, I'm going to leave tarmac, and everything that's sand is going to become, so all of these sandy tracks and stuff are all going to become tarmac, is what my plan is. And Rolo, I do appreciate your kind words as well, buddy. I really hope that this goes well too. Just some things kind of hit home a little hard sometimes. On top of that, with everything I've had going on, almost losing my mother twice as well. Nothing prepares you for that. Over the last 3 years, my mother's had to have 2 life-saving operations. Nothing prepares you for that. But anyway, let's not bum this video out, shall we? And Ronald, I know I'm not a failure, it's just sometimes kind of just feels like it a little bit. I went through college 4 years, worked on a whole bunch of the most prestigious racing studs from in the country, if not the world. I've done so much and I could have been something huge. And I've just had a massive run of bad luck. And I'm back to square one again. So I started building my own business. Health got in the way, had to liquidate my own business and shut it all down. Built from nothing all the way to the top, lost everything, back to nothing again. So it seems to just be like I go through that vicious cycle of doing really well for a while and then just lose everything. Alrighty then. So let's go run some more stuff. Come on. You got Deathlock on. Come on. So this is what I'm going to relearn all this with tarmac. Or as the Americans call it asphalt, as the Australians call it bitumen. Kitty cat and a beaver. 1 second, I'm just going to pop off one of my panels to my computer, let it cool down, just to help it cool down just a little bit. There we go. Right in, so, alright guys, I'm going to pause recording and I'm just going to keep running loads back and forth. Keep running loads and I'll turn the recording back on when it gets too close to about us, until we get about halfway, filling it up, and yeah, I'll see you guys all very shortly. a second. Oh, that's just teasing. That's rain. It's raining in game, really. That's not fair. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Go. I did not let off W. Why did you just stop? Hey, Rollo. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I think it's just because of how hot everything's getting. Is it thermal? I don't know. CPU might be thermal throttling. Just try and save itself a little bit. Doesn't seem to be. It's just where it's a little warm, that's all. Come on. Up. God, I'm not even letting off a W. I don't know why I keep saying this. I don't want on the keyboard. He just saps all your energy. Hey guys, welcome back. So this is where we're at to so far. I've just dropped a load there, which I'm about to level out, and then I've got a couple more loads to go, and then basically it's connected. Then I just fill in and fill it up to this level here. You can see from here that lines up over there perfectly. See a couple more loads just at the end there, and then we will be good to go. So this should kind of save time. I've literally just been doing this. It spawns with a full tray, a full tipper bed full of sand. No, it's hold W. A, S, and D. Just hold W and then Assad. What's it? It's just Assad. Tarmacking all of this is going to be super satisfying. It's kind of satisfying actually laying the sand and kind of leveling it out. But once I've done, I'm going to do basically a loop in around the island complete. I'm going to do a loop completely one way, but covering both sides of the track, and then I'm then going to stop at the top, turn around and do the same thing again in reverse. That way to try and like level it out as much as possible, and then when I see when obviously when there's ridges and all that where I need to put extra sand in, I will. And then where I don't need to put sand, I won't. Just been checking temperatures as well. It's now 20 degrees. So it's starting to cool down a little bit, but it won't actually start cooling down until it gets dark. It doesn't get dark tonight until 9:30. Because of summer solstice and all that. Actually faster than these just to drive back actually. I'll take the painkillers. Well, I'll do that in a second. here and there, like those couple of ridge bits, just sprinkle a little bit of sand over the top of them. Or if they're on the edges, I can kind of avoid them, but like, I want it like this bit here, smooth. I know this game's using the rain to freaking taunt me. Ridges across there, Jesus Christ. On a motorbike. definitely have that fully connected. And then it would just be fill it in and level it out. Oh wait, I got biscuits. I got biscuits. I forgot all about them. I was looking at something on my phone and I completely forgot what I was doing. Yeah, I completely forgot. I got Castle Cream biscuits. And there we go. Oh, and boom goes dynamite. Back. Right, I'll pause the recording again, guys. We'll drop a few more loads and then I will put the recording back on. I'll see you very shortly. Oh, sorry, that's a squirrel. Bear in mind, it's now 5 to 9, and it's still daylight. Oh, sure, I don't know, to be fair. Yes, we are, Rollo. Just come and got actually another load of sand. Actually making some good headway with the crater I'm trying to put sand in. Well, it's not necessarily, well, it's kind of a crater left from a landslide, but yeah. Yeah, I can see that, Rollo. What you been up? What you been up to? Like you're bouncing back and forth, buddy. Right, it's now 4 minutes to 9 PM. Obviously, I can appreciate if people are busy and all that. Just curious. close. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, I try to anyway. Obviously, if I've got extenuating circumstances for whatever reason, I will let my followers know on YouTube Shorts. But I do try to stream every day. Just to try to stay as consistent as possible. Because consistency is key. To anyone out there who actually wants to do YouTube, all I gotta say is, yeah, you can do it. You just have to be consistent. Whilst you're starting out, go get a video out. Try and get a video out every single day as much as possible. Stream on a regular basis, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, as your channel progresses and you start building up and all that, you can start going to like more, like maybe 2 videos a week instead of 1 video every day, and then go from that to 1 video a week. And then some people can even get away with doing 1 video a month, but it all depends on what you want to do, really. Myself, having ADHD and autism, I prefer uploading daily. Okay, cool. Well, if you are here tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow, and obviously good night, and good luck with whatever it is you wish to pursue. Right guys, so since I paused recording, I've probably done maybe about 10 loads, and as you can see we're pretty much right there. I had to take the leveler over and drag and sculpt some of this, so all of this is a little bit bouncy, as you're going to see. I decided to sculpt it to get rid of that mound, so that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm actually going to back up. So go down here. go. Right, let's go get some more sand then. See you guys very shortly. Go, 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 go! I can feel it cooling down in my room quite substantially. called him the Predator, which was just hilarious. Which was amazing. For those of you who might just be tuning in, I actually was just looking at a clip from Christopher Eccleston's Doctor, the Ninth Doctor, back when the Daleks kidnap Rose, and he goes to the right before he loses Rose, and well, right before she becomes Bad Wolf and eradicates the Daleks and makes Captain Jack Harkness unkillable and then will die. That makes him insanely immortal. No normal thing can kill him, but he does die of old age. Just happens to be a few millions of years as the face of Bo. Short for the face of Bohemia. And he was 18 years old and he was a model. Looking at a snippet of when he met the Dalek Emperor before Rose absorbed the part of the TARDIS and killed the Dalek Emperor. I was just looking at it and there's 5 billion languages, and there's one thing the Doctor was going to do was talk and who was going to show him up, and then he turned and looked at the Dalek and went, "Is it you?" And it backed away like, "What?" Because, believe it or not, the Daleks were more scared of the Doctor than the Doctor was of them. Which is hilarious! It's also is actually like really, really funny how the Daleks refer to the Doctor as the Predator. He's also referred to as the oncoming storm on Skara. Go on, I'm just talking about Doctor Who. I'm a bit... well, question. Let me rephrase that. I'm not a bit of a nerd. I am the king of nerds. You're not going to out-nerd me in subjects that I know. Babylon 5? Yeah, you will. Attack on Titan? Absolutely you will. You've never watched them. Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones? Yep, you'll nerd me on that. But Star Trek? You want to out-nerd me? Doctor Who? Absolutely not. Lord of the Rings? No, nope. And even actually in Star Wars, like I'm not as clued up on Star Wars as I am with Star Trek, but yeah, you're not gonna out nerd me. I'm a big old nerd. Oh, it's cooling down now. Some energy coming back. The heat just saps your energy. It's so bad. Oh my god, look at it. Here. No. What? it is nice that I can actually finally cool down. I'm going to get this crater done. And then I'll call it quits for load craft and just some other bits. Alright guys, we're actually now on that other side. We've still got to basically fill it in and then we'll just keep dropping sand. But as you can see, we're now over there. We've now practically got it connected. I've just got to keep dropping sand now and then just got to fill in this bit here that I've done. Yeah, get it smooth, and then once I've done that, I'll then just start filling in the sand basically all the way across. Right, let's quickly switch to this. Hello, Johnny. So now, yeah, just gonna fill in the rest of this bit here, make it all smooth so when I drive over here it's all good, and then just keep dumping sand in this bit and get it level to that. Let's park this just there. Cool. Right, and to save obviously a little bit of time driving back. Go, 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 go. Oh, it's actually cooling down in my room a lot now, guys. Oh, feels great. Also, guys, I'm still waiting on people to send me stuff from my P.O Box. What you waiting for? You have the link in the description down below. Send me stuff. Is that really that hard? I set up a P.O Box so you guys can send me stuff because it was heavily requested. And now people aren't sending me stuff. I'm so fast. Yeet. Tap. Alright. Same again. Deploy. It would be cool if they can add like some like big super dumpers and stuff like that in, like, you know, like you get seeing like big open pit quarries and stuff like that. Those really big like mining dumpers sort of things. Would be really cool if they could add one of them. But yeah, so 1 second, guys. So what you been up to, Johnny? How's your new Xbox? Oh, that's that load done. On to the next one. Cool. Right guys, for when time comes, I can install a second bridge there, which I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get my crane and one of my trucks. I'm going to drive up here. I'm going to pick up all these concrete beams. I'm going to load them up in my trucks and then just drive over here. Obviously, it says 9 of them. I reckon I can get. I only need my 2 transport trucks. I need, well, obviously the crane, but I've got 2 transport trucks. I've got that, the Volon, and I have the mule. So yeah, I need both of those and McLean, and I'll be able to do those. But right now we're going to get back to here real quick, and that. Retain that. F deploy. There we go. Alright guys, on to the next load. Wade, we are playing the newest game made from Havoc Entertainment, the creators of SnowRunner, Roadcraft. Aim of the game is to craft roads. Well, not just craft roads, bridges, and scape the and change the and modify the landscape to allow distribution vehicles to get around. Vehicles carrying supplies to your bases and to other places. Yes, I do play on PC. But this game is crossplay. Yep, there was a video actually came out the last couple of days. I actually built it on myself. I bought all the parts, I built it on myself. I've been building PC since I was like 12. Maybe longer. It's not actually that hard if you follow, if you do it slowly and take your time, everything will fall in place. It's only when you try to rush it that problems arise. Well, it was kind of expensive, but someone donated me about £1,000 anonymously to the tipping link you'll see down below. So I could buy all the parts and stuff like that, and I learned through basically trial and error, really. From I've had every type of PC from, like, I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of like the old, or if you're old enough, like the old white Windows 98 computers, the ones that had the big white screens and then the massive white towers. I had one of those, and when I had to take parts out of that and replace them with new ones and stuff like that, that's kind of how I learned to do it. Was just taking them apart, putting new bits in and all that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, you're 33. Well, there you go then. You know the ones I mean. The ones where you had enough pixels to run, I don't know, the old school Command and Conquer and all that. Yeah, well, he just needed. My dad's disabled, so he just needed to run down to the supermarket to grab some stuff. That's all. And I'm the only person in my family who drives, so. Okay, night, Johnny. Well, this year would only be 2 years. I know I came into it a bit late, but I spent a lot of my time kind of bouncing around the country working and all that, and I was never in one place long enough to settle down long enough to get my license sorted out. So if you count all the years I was driving in vehicles on a farm and not legally on the road, about 15 years I've been driving. If you count only legally, like with a license, 3, coming up to 3. Yeah, I'm now 25. I'm currently 25. I'll be 26 in August. And yeah, like it was the same for me. Like obviously, it was a lot of mental health, and I was never in one place for longer than about a month because I was for the longest time. I was a freelance horse handler / trainer. So I'd go from racehorse to YouTube. This is now my job. I actually can't work anymore, or due to my own physical health. Yep, I worked with racehorses. Yeah, I handled and I done the behavioural side. So instead of the riding bits, I did do a lot of riding and all that, but I mainly went from race stud to race studs. I worked at Cheveley Park Stud, and then I'd done like a transfer to Banstead Manor, Godolphin and Blue Star, and then I've been bounced around the country working at other kinds of yards like show jumping, hunting, dressage, all that sort of stuff. Working as... You're right by Cheveley. Oh, cool. Oh, which part of Cheveley? Are you by like the main site, or you by Sandwich Hill or Sandwich or part, or are you by Warren Hill Stud? Which are all part of Cheveley, but are you which like yard are you by? Emma Saunders, hi. Warren Hill, yeah. Oh yeah, fair enough. Hello, oh Emma. Yeah, yeah. So I bounced around because I actually signed up to Cheveley to be a stud handler for 6 months, and the reason why I did that is because I wanted to. Oh yeah. It is very small, yeah. The whole Cheveley complex is 1,000 acres, but yeah, like when I did, not huge amounts. I did bet on a couple of racehorses, and the ones I bet on did win me money. So like, but gambling's it's a real nasty vice, the same as drinking. Like, I don't drink often. I very rarely gamble. There's no real point to it really, because you could lose everything. Did you know about them? Yeah, the racehorses that I bet on were all ones that I had handled and helped train. So I kind of had like an inside track for them, inside tip for them, which I know is not. Yeah, like yeah, when I won, yeah, I knew about them. Yeah. Oh yeah, good. Emma, I'm sorry, I don't know you. Like, I'm not gonna shout out someone I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, there was a couple of them that were like 8-1. And there was a couple of like 10-1s and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the time in that, just because a lot of people, they look at horses that have higher odds and they think, well, that horse must be crap. Not necessarily. It just means that that horse is not being looked at so much. I don't know if you ever remember Frankel, the Wonder Horse, who world's most unbeaten and most valuable stallion to date. That horse, in his first ever race, his odds were like 20-1 in his first ever race. Yeah, he never lost. Ran 14 races in the entire race career. Never lost a single race. Right? His first race at the 2000 Guinea Stakes, his odds were 20-1. And he freaking just stormed ahead. You could fit the... you could genuinely fit the entire amount of horses that was on that track between him and second place. Right. I've worked, and I actually got to work with Frank, because when I was up at Cheveley, every so often or so they do like a stud hand transfer between the different studs. Yeah, don't back favourites. Sometimes the favourites are good ones, but don't always back the favourites. I always used to go for, I'd go for the ones that I knew, and then and if there was any races of ones I didn't know, I'd always go for the ones that kind of looked like they were quite quiet, sort of thing, and then those ones would normally be the ones that would win. Or I'd just, if there was an absolute Hail Mary, I'd bet on number 13 and win. But yeah, no, yeah. So up at between the studs and that, so that the stud hands can get experience on the other studs and stuff like that, so they can see how each stud does stuff similar but different. I was transferred from Cheveley. Yeah, with number 4. Yeah, exactly. And when I was working at Cheveley, I got transferred to Banstead Manor to go work with the stallions that belong to Juddmonte, which is where Francois, Kingsman, and Oasis Dream, like the amazing mare herself, Enable. I actually got to go be, for about 4 weeks, I actually got to go be Frankel's stallion handler. I was the guy who would take him into the stallion shed where he would breed the mares and then bring them back to his stable, groom him, feed him, and then repeat the process again, sort of thing. Like, that's what my job was for about 4 weeks, and it was amazing. And yeah. Yeah, when Cecil was alive, yeah. Yeah, so I got to do that, and then after I did that, I then went round different professional show jumping yards and stuff like that. And I yeah, oh yeah, I know, it's amazing. And I watched that race, so I was just like, yep, damn good. Well, did I like doing that work? Yeah, I loved it. And it was because when I was in college, I developed a big passion for the breeding side of looking after horses. And but the place where it's done like the most efficiently is at racing studs, because obviously those horses, they're done like they're all born January 1st, regardless of what month they're born January 1st. Oh brother, the money was really good. I was getting, like, for me, because I was technically deemed as, for my position, I was technically deemed as freelance, so I could charge whatever I wanted. When I was at Cheveley, I was under contract, and I was getting $6.50 a week after taxes. When I then transferred over to be a freelance handler slash behavioural trainer, I was getting about $9.50 a week after tax. But yeah, when I was in college and learning to hone my skills with the horses and learning the behavioural training and the breeding side of it, I fell in love with the actual breeding, and like that made me kind of like want to basically a big goal of mine, which is what I plan to help use YouTube towards. Oh, I know. Don't get me started with the whole Keir Starmer bullshit. I'm not a political person, but what he did was crap. Yeah, so as I was saying, wait, what was I saying? Yeah. Oh yeah, he's an absolute scumbag, yeah. My mum is disabled too. Yep. I look after my mum, I look after my dad, and I do YouTube as well. Because, but yeah, and the problem I had was that I basically worked myself to the bone to the point where I've kind of damaged every joint in my body. So I actually, at the moment in time, I'm out of work to. I'm out of working out whilst my own health is on the mend, and that's why I'm doing YouTube, because like, I'm fully monetized. It's taken me a year to get here, and I can start making good money from this. But oh yeah, absolutely healthy as well, 100%. But yeah, one of the things I would love, which I'm going to love to use YouTube for, is I've always wanted to own, since obviously like finding my passion for horses and stuff like that, and just, yeah, I love horses and that, they're amazing animals. Since finding my passion for that, and getting to know the breeding side of it, and getting to know the behavioural training side of it, I want to set up a sort of wildlife conservation / rehabilitation business organisation, where I'm using the proceeds from like YouTube and using it as a non-profit to breed endangered species, endangered breeds of horses, and bring them back to the world market. So for example, over here in the UK, a lot of people don't know this, but Clydesdales, Suffolk Punches, Hackney horses and Shires, they're all in massive decline because less and less people are getting them because they want to go for more sports horses and stuff like that. I want to bring those horses back into the market because they're amazing horses, they're excellent therapy and companion horses, and they're amazing horses to ride. Like, you're not going to find a horse safer than a Shire or a Clydesdale. Like, they're in massive decline because of just their breeds. And I want to be the person, and it's not just them. If you look at, from, obviously I know Spain, they like to eat their horses and stuff like that, so that's a bit, nah. But there's breeds, off the coast of Spain, there's an island called Abaco Island, and there is a breed of horses called Abaco Barbs. They are in immense decline as well. There's over like a few hundred, over like, I think like 20,000 horse breeds or something like that. A lot of them are like derived from others, as in like for example, the breeder Thoroughbred actually comes from breeding, racing Arabian horses with Welsh section D's and C's, which are like little Welsh section cobs and stuff like that, because then they get a horse that's got the stamina like a cob, but then they've got the speed like the Arab. So then that's where they get them. And depending on how you train them, some racehorses can get upwards of 60-70 miles an hour. Some of them can. But yeah, there's so many breeds of horses around the world that are in decline because either people just don't know how to look after them, or they're just a specialised breed and stuff like that. And I want to bring that breed back to the world markets. That's something I want to do. And not just bring it back to the markets, I just want to be able to have it so bring it back so we have a massive diversity of these breeds, and then none of these breeds truly go extinct. That's what I want to do. And on top of that as well, there's also British hares are in decline thanks to the introduction of rabbits. You know, when you see wild rabbits and all that, no, those aren't actually native creatures to this country. Those were introduced. They're invasive, so same as grey squirrels are also invasive species. Red squirrels were native to this country. We actually used to have a native breed of wolf in this country, and due to diseases and certain breeds being brought over from other countries and that, and it just killed them all off, and also mass amounts of hunting and poaching as well. But I want to set up a farm, maybe a few hundred acres and have it and bring nature back to the way it should be. And that's what I want to do as like my end dream goal, using YouTube and all that sort of stuff. And my friend Bryn, who's seen in some videos like my road trip Q&A, my Japanese drink testing video, and also my hot chip challenge video as well. In videos like that, Bryn is someone who's trained, who I know, who's exceptionally well trained in countryside management. So Bryn would be there, and he actually said, as soon as I've got that set up and I've got that organisation, I have the team of people that I need, he's going to be there to help me look after the site and help me run it in such a way where it's so environmentally diverse and ecological, but we'll be able to keep all of the invasive breeds in check, species in check, keep all the native species on the rise, and just bring the British nature back to the way it should be. And that's what I want to do. And I don't want to do it, and if it gets that successful, I'll even branch out and set up a second organisation in another country and do the same thing there. Like, I'll do my research on their native breeds, but I want to give back to nature. I've always loved nature. I've always will love nature. And it's a shame how much it's been destroyed and messed with, all because us as a species think, oh, if we got all these different animals and all that, it's all going to be great. No, leave the native breeds alone. Take the invasives back, and that's that. Like, wild hares, British wild hares are native. Wild rabbits are invasive. Grey squirrels are invasive. Red squirrels are native. The wide variety of deer that we have in this country, every single one of them are native. Like, there's so many different, like, there's an entire list. You can go online, there's an entire list of native and invasive animal breeds to the UK. Western signal crayfish, which is an American, like, kind of lobster sort of crayfish, little, like, crustacean and all that, or arthropod, whatever, but, like, thing, they are insanely invasive to British waterways. Insanely invasive. And we do need to do something about it. And if I'm someone who can just help make a change and bring some of those species back from the brink of extinction and bring them back not just to the British market but to the world, then I can die happy. And that's that. Like, I love Shire horses. They are my favourite breed of horse. They always will be. I've owned 5 different breeds of horses. I've owned thoroughbreds, warm bloods, cobs. I had a weird crossbreed between, like, it was like half thoroughbred, half tracking sort of thing. So it was kind of like a warm blooded, kind of like draft sports horse. And I've owned a Shire. Out of all of them, I miss my Shire the most. And sadly, he was old and he was a rescue and I had to have him put down, but yeah, basically, that's just something, that's just like an end goal for me. If YouTube can help me achieve that goal, then I'm going to stick with it and carry on. And I do believe YouTube can help me achieve it. And I'm not going to give up. I don't want to give up. Because I know those animals need us. They need me. They need all of us. The same as with, like, if I can do that, and then I can also set up a rescue, rehabilitation, and possibly even rehoming centre for dogs and cats as well, I'll do that. Bring back some endangered breeds of dogs. Like, there are some, like, English Bull-Nosed Terrier and stuff like that. You don't see those that often and all that. Obviously, you do see staffs and all that sort of stuff, like, but bring those breeds back to the market and be like, hey, look, this is what we have. bring English bulldogs like back to the way that they used to be, where everyone had one essentially. And there's ways that you can breed them to get their brachiocephalic natures out, where they basically need to have an operation so they can breathe. And there's ways that you can get that to change. It's very simple breeding, and it's very simple ways to do it. Everything's simple if you actually think about it. It's about doing it though. It's the hard bit. But yeah, let's get back to the game. Thanks, Wade. Something... Yeah, thanks. Something that I was brought into light about several years ago, and I'm just like, you know what? I know a lot of people say, oh, I can fix that. I truly believe I can, and I will goddamn try and do it. And I hope I do it, because what I also plan to do as a side part of that is, if I've got a farm and all, I was going to set up like kind of an Airbnb system on there where people can have can come down for like, they can come stay out there for like a week or so, different packages. So like, it's very easy to get a vineyard license and make wine, very easy to make cider, that sort of stuff. And if you've got orchards growing, you have vineyards growing, and you have it done in an ecological and sustainable way, man, the amount of ways you'd be actually benefiting the environment is crazy. And I know I'm probably going to come across as one of these crazy environmentalists and all that sort of stuff. I'm not, because I'm a realist. Oh yeah, there's lots of orchids down in Kent. There's loads of them. Yeah. Well, orchards down here, yeah. And that's because Kent is the home of cider. A lot of people don't know that. Like, British cider originally was made in Kent. It was made from a mix of Bramley cooking apples and a few like, I think it's like a few like Reds and stuff like that, and a couple of Granny Smiths and stuff like that. It was like where cider was first originated from. But yeah, when it comes to nature and like trying to help the environment as much as possible, I'm a realist. With the way how the UK is going, there probably isn't going to be much in the way of nature left anymore, which is sad, really, because they're building a new house every minute to accommodate all the migrants coming in and all that sort of stuff, but destroying our countrysides and all that sort of stuff. And we as a country can barely produce enough food to make do for ourselves and that sort of stuff. America's got too much gun crime and they won't fix that, but I have always thought about possibly moving to America. I have a few things over there that I do actually quite like. But a real kicker for people they don't really know is that if you actually want to help the environment, don't buy an electric car. And no, I'm not religious. I don't follow any religious practice. I've got nothing against people who do, but I'm one of these people. I'm a realist. Like, I know science has proven the theory of evolution and all that sort of stuff, and that sort of thing. Anyone's entitled to believe in whatever they want. Just don't try and ram it in my face, and don't try and like force me into believing what you must believe in. I'm more than happy to sit down with vegans, Just Stop Oil activists, all these sort of things. I'm more than happy to sit down with these people and actually try and discuss their the problems with an actual logical debate that doesn't get heated, and actually sit down and discuss it like human beings. More than able to, because I've worked in the farming industry. I know how it works. I know that at the moment in time it's not the best that it could be, but right now it's the best we have, sort of thing. I also know that in this life, not everyone's gonna like me, and that's perfectly okay. You can't expect everyone to like you. Just do the right things, and the people who do like you, they'll continue to like you. And that's that, really. Oh, yeah. I know that feeling. Yeah, catch up soon, Wade. Thank you for dropping by. Obviously, yeah, I stream every day, so you'll probably see me and all that. And yeah, they normally do, but yeah, thank you anyway. But yeah, I stream every day, and the stream might be a bit late tomorrow, but you'll know. I'll put it up on my YouTube shorts and all that. Obviously, if you then subscribe and all that, you'll see and that sort of stuff. And but yeah, thanks for dropping by. I hope you have a good night. Well, I hope you have a good night's rest. Sleep is probably the most important thing that we need. Oh. See, I'm a foodie. I like a lot of food. But if I had to pick one at choice, would have to be a messy curry as a meal, or pizza. That's my favourite food. Yeah. No, Wade, thank you for coming by. Right guys, so as you can see, I've laid sand all the way across over there and covered over the few little ruts that are there. I'm now basically going to run sand in and build it up to the height of this bit here and have it all nice and level, and then carry on and do the next bit. But yeah, so now let's quickly switch over because I've already done it. So I've already sent it up here. Hop into Tiger or Tiger or whatever it's pronounced. It's obviously Russian. And yeah, let's go. Right, yeah. Tarmacking all of this is going to be, it's just going to be beautiful. It is. Obviously, it doesn't have to be the full width of the sand. It only has to be wide enough to get like 2 trucks to pass. But that's not the point. The point of this is to make roads. Well, I'm going to make a road, and I've laid down all this sand, so I might as well tarmac all of it. Next one. Gear stick didn't move. Lift lock moves. Tipper moves, handbrake, and low ratio. But gear sticks don't. I think there's a little fishy. So nice while the room's actually cooling down. pull. There we go. Back it up. Oh no. Keep the power down, keep the power down, keep the power. Yes. I saved it. Oh my god. Alright guys, what I'm going to do is, yeah, this episode is actually going to be a bit shorter than the others. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to just continue filling this in with sand and just keep leveling it out and all that good stuff. And yeah, and then by the time you guys come back on next time, all this will be filled in. It's going to be a lot of sand. It's going to be a heck of a lot of sand. But part this right here. Ah, you know what? I'm not going to end the episode here. Why not? Right, what's the point? Well, why should I end it now? Let's go a bit longer. And technically it did say bring help to Panama. Didn't say I had to go from the top left. I could run in from the top down and round everything I've already laid sand on. Obviously like that bit there hasn't got any dirt in it, so I've already filled the dirt in and it's just a bit of sand tracks, but it'd be easier just going across the top, so I don't know, that's why they just did it. This world I'm actually in is actually still the tutorial world technically. Because if I push the start button, if I push the escape button, say skip tutorial. But I want to show you guys how to do this. So obviously you can do it this way in like hyper radical, the way that I'm doing, or you can just follow the normal steps and just go the other ways. But I like a challenge. The longest part is running the sand is running the trucks back and forth getting the sand. That is the longest part of it all. I'm not going to level out one with those, I'm going to lay mounds all the way down and then level it out in one pass. So I'm going to come right up here. Right here. Down right here, actually. And then do the same again. So I'm going to pause whilst I'm nah, you know, we'll just run it back. Doesn't actually take that long. It only takes a couple of minutes to get down there and all that. Well, it's all running smoothly and it doesn't decide to just let off the engine for some reason. If you're going to play this game on a keyboard, make sure you've got yourself a good keyboard. Right, I've got to do a liquid to do as well, which I'll do that in a moment. So nice having the fan actually blow cold air on me. If you don't live in the UK, trust me, the heat here is different. I know Americans, like, they get some serious heat, and so does Australia. No, trust me, it's different here. Real different. When you're an island that's only 96,000 square miles, and you're completely ocean locked, and you get an average humidity of about 85 to 92% on a bad day, Of heat, yeah. It just kills you. Like you lose all your energy levels and. Like you get dehydrated because it's hot, but then it's humid and you can't then cool down. There's 2. It's probably going to be like, I'm going to say 10 maybe. To like fill the whole area. Alright, 1 second guys. I want to finger a butthole. Finger a buttholio. Warren, check on gauge. How about this? Because you got the pop filter. I changed it, so now it's in front of me. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Whoop. Well, guys, I've decided that I'm going to take a break from filling in this canyon, this little like freaking rock slide sort of crevasse thing. What I'm going to do actually is I'm actually going to get this help Panama out the way. So I'm going to go up here to the transit point. Obviously I've got to fill in all of this here with sand, fill that in with sand, same here with sand, and then it's basically come down here with the leveler, push this stuff out the way, run some sand across there, not much, push this stuff out the way, and then just run the vehicles down to here, down to Panama. So I'm going to do that, and I can run sand from here round to those points, so that actually won't take long. And then we will then come back and hit this, just so it's a bit different. So, right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter this. I've got it on marching mode, so it's just on travel. As you can see, it is raining. But yeah, like, because I was gonna just drop some loads, and then I got back to base, and I was just thinking, actually, it's about time I do the get the Panama thing out of the way, because it's a side mission. It's not a main mission, so it's an infrastructure route side mission, and I don't have to come like down here at all or anything like that. Same, I can't set the truck on like a automatic course. That would be something that they could add. As like, that would be kind of cool. They set an automatic course to send vehicles up here. That'd be kind of cool, to, like, to places. So basically, you put in a waypoint and they just drive there. Stuff that I could take potentially to have it recycled into pipes at the recycling centre. So that didn't take long to get there at all. Just as well for you guys as well, it just gives you guys something different to look at. So, no reason why I'm doing it. I'm not giving up on it. I am gonna do that because I'm still going to tarmac every single road on this map. I'm just going to be doing a lot of it kind of off camera and just on live streams. Oh, that was dropped a little bit. That was close. Alright, so keep it on high ratio, diff lock and forward drive. Here's the sand quarry. Really, I should actually back over those logs there and actually fill it up with the sand of it, which I will do. I'll do that, and I'm going to tarmac all of it, as I said. It looks like there might actually be 9 concrete slabs there. cool if there is. That's right, I can send it off. Right, I can hit that bit, that's fine. But yeah, this is what I mean, like puddles like that will cause the trucks to stop. Will cause all distribution vehicles to stop really. Whereas like this, whereas when I've got sand all right, I'm filling in the roads. Like that. It won't actually take long to spread the sand across there. Yeah, those pictures is a ginger and white cat and a squirrel. Two, three, 4, 5. It's 4 there. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's 9 there. There's exactly 9. Oh my god. Oh my god. There. Really, I actually only have to come up half the way down. The worst bit's the turning around, but it doesn't actually take that long. So this is why I want to get all the roads sanded, put sand down, sand laid and then all paved. Because basically I could just drive it around in like a loop. And I know they're probably not they're probably thinking, oh, no one's actually going to fill those craters in. I am. Once I've got the roads paved, I'm then going to actually back trucks off the edges and just keep dumping sand. That's literally what I'm going to do. But I want to build it up so it's all one level and build it across. So it's all just like flat. So then the road doesn't have to loop, so then the trucks aren't struggling and stuff like that. If it's all just flat instead of having to go up and down. Makes it easier on the distribution vehicles. Launch. Yeah. That was right, that was the launch start. In a truck. In a dump truck, nonetheless. I can, if I really wanted to, already tarmac everything I've done, but I'd rather do it all in one go, that way I can get it all uniform, and then get it all uniform and smooth, then tarmac it. There's going to be no doubt that when even once I've laid all the sand in it, I know of ridges and bumps and stuff like that, even up here. You can see them. And I don't want those to show up in the tarmac, so I might as well, once I've done it, just go through, spritz some sand here and there, level it out, and then try the, well, I'll try the tarmac first, and if there's bits that are obviously going to be ridges, I'll break the tarmac, remove it, and then yeah, and having a second person here to bring to run trucks up would be great. Have it drop like that, then as this one would go down, the second one would be down there collecting sand, when you pass, the next person stands, and then we just need a third person, and then we need a third person to level. Spritz just a little bit of sand there. Just saying, at the moment it's only just patches and stuff that needs to be done to repair the road to Panama. So yeah, alright guys, I'm gonna you know what? Let's not pause it. Doesn't take long to run the sand up. Filling in that hole though right next to the excavator, that's gonna take a bit of sand. It's probably really look at it, it's probably only going to take about 4 or 5 loads. 2 loads to fill it, then 2/3 loads to fill it, and then 2 loads to level it out across the top. Oh, actually, I won't take that many to fill that at all. It's probably only going to be about 4 or 5 loads. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down and get another load and then come up, level it, then I know where to drop the sand. Because that sand there might be enough just to level it. Might be enough to level out all those logs. So I might just have to dump it straight in the hole. So yeah, I'm going to pause recording while I go down and get this second go get this load, and then I'll be right back as soon as I get back to the leveler. Right guys, I'm back up here now. Tab over. So it's not enough to fully cover it, so that's where that last bit of sand comes into play. Because I can probably dump about half that truckload. Just on the logs, and then the other bit drop in the hole. Like that. I don't know what that excavator was doing. Digging all that out. So really, two loads will fill it, and then probably just need a third load to go over the top, or the fourth. Let's quickly level that out. Needs a little bit more. Go. Right. Same again. See you guys in a sec. Alright, second load. Look, next load. I'll do the same again, just spritz a little bit across the logs and then dump the rest in the hole. I know it does intend you to kind of build a pathway over that way, but I'm here, I might as well fix these roads. I think that's concrete. I wonder if I can pick those pallets up and take those to the place that makes the concrete slabs. dropping a whole another trailer load in there should do it. And then basically all I have to do is that bit there, then there's the same there over the logs. It does say, oh, you could build a track this way, potential. It's just yeah, then come down here with a leveler, push that stuff out of the way, which isn't that bad. A little bit sand spritz over there, push these cars out the way, and that's it. And we're at Panama, and then it's back to doing what we're doing here. What I'm doing here. Right, so now truck. Right, same again. I know you're not really supposed to be putting Q-tips in your ears, but my ear canals actually go up and then across, so I actually can't damage my eardrums doing it. What? No joking. Come on. Right, just drop that sand there. then I'm going to go get another load and then cover that over there. Yeah, I'll have to drop another load up here. Another load. Alright, so I'll pause recording again and go get more sand. So, 1 second. But you know what? That's actually yellow. Charge! let's spritz this little bit across. Right, let's get some sand and lay it across there. Alright guys, I'm gonna go get some more sand and I'll see you very shortly. What I'm going to do, actually thinking about it, is I'm actually going to, I'll fill in all the dirt, all the sand, I'll do all the sand and that filling in that I need to do, and then I'll turn the recording on when I'm plotting the route for Panama. Yeah, brother, you should go back to sleep. It's 10 to midnight. I don't sleep often. Don't sleep a lot either. I've decided I'm going to get this side quest out of the way, so I'll go back to filling in the crater later. But There you go guys, I've just dropped some more sand on these logs. Have to get more. wonder, would it be possible to make a sand? I wonder, would it be possible to make a sand bridge across the ocean?